Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the studio. Kiba has been very impatiently waiting to get started. He's been up here on the wheel, kind of giving me the evil eye from wherever I have been. He's like, Human, it is time for the pets. Ooh, ooh. There we go. There, you can get it better than I can. There you go. All right. Well, let's kick off the stream the right way. Let Kiba go for a ride on the pottery wheel. Pottery wheel. We won't go very fast. We don't want to make him dizzy. He lets us do just about whatever we want as long as we pet him. Hey, Quicksilver. Is that it? Okay, we're done. We're done. There you go. There's that view we always seem to end up having. There you go. I am using bribery to my advantage. I put a heat pad in there. So we'll see if he likes it. Really? Oh, you want more pets. You do not want this. It is... Yeah, see, that's why you didn't want it. It's not water, it's a propel. Spoiled kitty, crazy cat lady. Very, very spoiled. Very spoiled. And speaking of spoiled, I hear Minnie's little jingly bell around here somewhere. But he's my buddy. He's our official or unofficial mascot. Even what cat is not spoiled? Yeah, right. See, he's in our logo because he's the cat behind the pot. And before anybody asks, I have been smearing goo in his eye every day because he's got a little irritation there. There we go. Now, I do intend to make some pottery today. Not just pet the cat on the pottery wheel. Though I doubt anybody would complain about a cat petting stream. I know I would not. Ooh, belly. I got your belly. Your cat's not happy with you right now. You got a new mattress and she's not sure about it. Oh my gosh, you changed something. You moved it. Our cat gets mad if we move her pillow. She has one of our pillows that she has claimed as her own, and wherever that pillow is, that's where she's going to lay. So if you are accidentally on her pillow, she will sit on your head until you move. Minnie's like, if you don't want this heat pad, I might take it. Are you both of you going to be so ungrateful that you don't want the heat pad? It's higher off the ground, so she can run and jump like she's used to. See, Kiba, it could have all been yours, but you wanted pets. She can't run and jump like she used to. Alright, bye-bye. Gotta let him... What did you do? Was that a close-up of cat fluff or something? Well, I guess my heat pad idea failed. Maybe I should put it under here. That is not straight. Let me get my glasses on here. So if my glasses are not straight, there we go. Then like everything gets fuzzy. And sometimes the mic like weighs down one side more than the other. So I'm going to make some more things today. Those things will be mugs. It's just which mugs, what shape and what size do I start with? I think I'm going to start with the 20-ounce size and then kind of like let that be my warm-up before I do travel mugs. And I do want to make some of the 10-ounce as well. So we'll just see what we have time for today. I'm not on time constraints, so I can just make things until I either get worn out or I need to stop. Davidius, good afternoon. You came here from Moco Maid, yes. Moco Maid makes leather straps for our potion bottles, so people can like it's a harness you can wear on your belt. And I just ordered more from him. Put this up here. I'm gonna fix this real quick because it's my glasses are still weird. That's much better. You've been wanting to get into pottery because you've done woodworking, glass blowing, photography, and whoa. And so you wanted to do pottery and stained glass together? You're currently doing graphic design. Oh yeah, like if I was doing anything else, like I would love to get into like glasswork. That is the other thing that interests me. I've taken a glass blowing class, just like a little intro where you make a paperweight. You make a colorful glob. And it was a lot of fun. I think I would like doing that. But just like with ceramics, it takes a bit of a investment in setup. So it looks like we have Minnie here to supervise us today. No, I'm just making this first one, and I'm going to measure it. I'll measure it after I kind of get it smoothed out, and then I'll see if I need to make any adjustments to it for height. Yeah, having a glass furnace that runs at 2100 degrees 24/7, that's the big part. It's not cheap. Right, you can rent studio space to get started, just like you can in ceramics, which is what I always recommend to other people. Rent out space from somebody else till you know what you want to do. Alright, that's good. And then I'm going to set up a guide. There we go. It's just the same as it was last time. Nobody has bumped the camera or dislodged anything. So these are going to be the 20-ounce mugs. It's by far the most common thing that you're going to see me make because it's the thing I sell the most of. So I have bags of clay here that are pre-measured out so that I'm starting with the same amount of clay every time, and then we keep them in just plastic bags so they don't dry out. Dot Crochet, hello! And I came in this morning and 2 of my bags that we had measured out yesterday so I could work today were on the floor. So they're not as measured out as they used to be. They went from being like a bag full of 3/4 pound pieces into one lump flat some again. And I personally blame a cat. Where they were probably, I mean, I guess it was my fault. I did have the bags on the table so they could not walk on the table. Wonder Hamster, hello. Blacksmith Pop, hello. Yeah, you see the top-down camera covered in clay. Yeah. Didn't you know that Logitech had a white version? You know, Wonder Hamster, as long as I don't move too much, I'm okay. No, I'm doing much better, like today, than I thought I would. That may be the ibuprofen talking, but it's but I'm not like as suffering as much as I thought I would. You're about cleanliness, so you think pottery might drive you nuts. Well, you said you've done woodworking and you've done glass blowing. I mean, woodworking is not necessarily a clean craft. Volpsy, whoa! Hey, welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. Good afternoon. You want to clean all the stuff around the wheel. I mean, it's gonna be the same way tomorrow. Sure, welcome everybody. If you're new to the stream, my name is Amanda. I am Play in the Mud here on Twitch. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, we are Pauly Studios. And most importantly, this is Minerva over here, Minnie, my studio supervisor for the day. I'm trying to make it muggy in here. Making some drinking vessels today. Hey, cheeky boy. And Volpsy, hey! So how was your stream? What were you working on today? And thanks for stopping by. Oh, Davidius, yes, that is one of the songs that contributed to like every girl child in the late 70s, early 80s being named Amanda. There were 5 in my kindergarten class. The other song was by Waylon Jennings, which is what I was named after. You were just finishing up a bunch of random sculpts that were a work in progress. Oh yeah, that is so satisfying when you can finally like clear out all of that stuff, isn't it? Dal, it brings back memories of doing pottery in junior high school. Yes, I have to say that's awesome that you got to do that in high school. I did not get a chance to take a pottery class till I was in college. Oh, crazy cat lady, your son is named Waylon, kind of after Waylon Jennings. Dal, you got to make a few vases from molds, and then some pots by hand, like with like hand building from slabs or coils of clay. You remember doing like the glazing and then firing it in the kiln, yeah. You know, like the arts have been cut so much in a lot of public schools that even if teachers have the equipment to work with clay, like a lot of schools might have a kiln, but nobody knows how to use it. Like we got a new art teacher at one of the schools in town, and they had a wheel and a kiln. The teacher didn't know how to use it, so he was having people do sculptures, which is perfectly fine. But I went in and kind of made sure everything was in working order and kind of showed him how to use it. Drummer boy, you got to do one college class where you did some raku pottery. Yes, oh, that's so much fun. You've still got a cool oxidized metal kind of glaze jar. Yes. So the pumpkins that you see, those are raku that you see going through the slideshow. And there'll be a few other pieces going through. But yeah, we do raku, the copper raku, and then a lot of horsehair because we are in Kentucky, and so we have access to quite a bit of horsehair. Wet clay can stink, yes, but you know, all of that mold and mildew and organic material, that's what the clay is. That's good for the clay. It's what makes it do its thing, being able to stretch and hold its shape. But it can stink. Oh, here it comes. There you go. Don't get your feet wet, buddy. Oh, Dow, your mom still has the things that you made for her. Oh, that's so sweet. Hey, buddy. Yes. Yes, I know. Did we not get enough pets earlier? He wants to go for a spin. He's been for one spin. We may get him to go for another. He wasn't too happy about it. I think he needs more pets to compensate for the trauma. Supervisors. Yes, 2 of them. They're both on the job today. We can do this again. So this is the pottery wheel. A little bit slower than that. There we go. And just so you know, Kiba is purring. He is not suffering. This is what he does as long as he gets pets. He's like, the things I do for attention, the things I do for pets. Here we go. Now, buddy, I need to make some more pots. Such a noble visage. That's why he's called the Emperor. Over here. It's like, no pets. No need to nibble. This is a pottery stream, buddy, not a cat petting stream. It's like, this stream is whatever I say it is. I want. I've been trying to bribe them with a heat pad so they'll sit close to me but not bother me. But they don't seem to care about it. So these mugs, they're going to hold 20 ounces. So this is the kind of the standard mug that I make most often. I'm throwing on these little tiles so that I can move the pot around once it's done and not have to worry about squishing it when I'm moving it. And then once it dries a little bit and gets a handle, it'll be done. There's no trimming, no changing of the shape very much until I add glaze to it. And that's not really changing the shape, just changing the color. And see, I've got my guide set up so I know how tall it needs to be. Is that aggressive grooming, or is that let me cuddle, or is that move get out of my way? Clay water for the win. He sniffed his water bowl, but he chose clay water instead. Professional water testing professional, yes. And I will say that like drinking clay water is not harmful at all to the cats. When I first saw the cats trying drinking out of the clay buckets, I called my vet to make sure I wasn't poisoning them, and they said no, it's perfectly fine. Cats encounter clay in the wild if they're just drinking out of a puddle or whatever. It's not going to hurt them. If anything, it helps with digestion. I know, they're being cute today. They're acting like they like each other. You never know. Some days there are epic battles for the cat bed. But yeah, happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Friday Eve. Hope you all had a good week. Hope you had a good Halloween. Almost said Thanksgiving. Halloween. Are you ready to throw out the candy? Or has it all been eaten? I was in my real life horror story yesterday where my mugs tried to kill me. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. The mugs tried to kill me, and they've tried to do it before. I've had burn spots on me where they get out of the kiln too fast and they try to singe me. But this time, one of our big displays fell on me, full of mugs, and pinned me against a wall. So this was in the van while we were trying to get them out. But luckily nothing was broken or anything. Nothing on me was broken, and no pots were broken. I'll clarify there. But from the hips down, I am black and blue. I did not know if I was going to be able to move today. Our displays are our road cases that are they're not 6 foot tall. They're maybe 5.5 foot tall, something like that. But it just I wasn't even next to it, or I would have caught it, or it would have at least leaned against it. But it just something shifted, and it just fell towards me and on me, and backed me up against the wall, and kind of just scraped down my front, and it was not fun. So when Daniel was talking about leg day earlier, it's because my legs are black and blue. So it could have been much, much, much worse, but I've been trying to figure out how to make it sound funny. Miss Steel Rose, hello. Good afternoon. Crochet, right? If it had gotten if I'd gotten under it, it would have been a whole lot worse. So I guess so that road case, that display must have been a mimic because it tried to kill me. There we go. We'll get our story together one of these days. 2 cats. So there's only 2 now. So we've got Minnie and Kiba. And then we have the other 5 at home. Those steel rose, I do like that Claymancer. Claymancer instead of Pyromancer. Earthbender. Steel Rose? Yeah, I remember your name, yeah. So you've not been here in a while? Well, welcome back. It's not how that's supposed to go. We'll see if we can fix it. Yes, Damien's Gaming. He bought some mugs, and we actually have we're making mugs for him now. So people, a couple people have ordered mugs, his custom mugs through the website. Well, there's our first 10 pieces. It's a good time to hydrate. Sometimes I try to do this. If I remember, I try to take a drink every 10 pieces just to, because otherwise I forget. You just got a mug for your dad for his birthday. Ooh, which one? Which one did you get? Or which one did you order? Bounty Hunter coffee, yes. That is a good one. Yeah, we need to catch up on all the new Star Wars shows. We've missed several of them now. Getting behind. We did finish up the Wheel of Time Season 2. We finally sat down and finished it. It was good. I really like it. The last one you saw was Andor, and it was really good. If I were to try to name off all the ones that there are, I would have forgotten that one, but now that you mention it, I remember seeing the preview for it. Oh, nice. Closed caption does work on Facebook. We have a foreign object. I think it's a sponge. Yes, it is. It's like the end of my wire cutter that broke. That's what happened to it. It must have fallen in the reclaim bucket. But so when we're preparing clay to be used, I tend to put mix about half reclaim with half fresh. And so sometimes if a sponge accidentally gets dumped into the reclaim, it'll go through the pug mill and get ripped into, you know, a million tiny little pieces. And a sponge is you know, the not a horrible thing to find. Like, it's not going to cut you or anything. It's just a lump that you have to deal with. I've had staples. I've had, like, you know, pieces, even little pieces of wood can feel like they're going to be painful when they're spinning around. Little splinters or something. So Wonder Hamster, I think I've got my story together now. That the road case is a mimic, and it was trying to kill me. That's what it was. There were teeth and everything. you upped my insurance policy. You're gonna rip that thing apart soon for failing. Yeah. It tried really hard. It was sneaky. Hey, Colleen, good afternoon. Don't worry, the cube won't fail you. Let the gelatinous cube try to roll through the studio. It won't get very far. It'll get stuck in all the dust. I've got my defenses. Colleen, we finally finished the Wheel of Time Season 2. Crochet, am I having to play catch up on orders? Oh yes, always. I mean, there's only so much you can do when on a month when you've got shows. When everything's happening at once. So that one was 15. I don't know about this one. It's really dense. So it's not as soft as some of the others, which is not always a bad thing if it's even, but sometimes, like if there's a hole in the bag and one side of a piece dries out and the other side is soft, then sometimes it's not even worth trying to work with it. It's one reason we need the clay, or in my case, put it through the pug mill. It's because you want the clay to be an even consistency. Otherwise, when you try to do anything with it on the wheel, one side, if it's not an even consistency, then one side might be thicker than the other. If you're trying to put even pressure on it, that even pressure is not gonna make the same mark on the dry versus the wet clay. Well, there is something in there. It feels like it. Yep. Look at it. It's blue. Right there, it's blue. Something over there too. No. Oh, that's a big piece. Now what I can do is get a piece of clay and patch that up. Kiba's over here snoring, by the way. There we go. And after everything, this one was a little bit too tall. Well, 16 was a bit of a struggle, but we got there. Dot, I didn't even see the last part of your comment. The shows went well. We had 3 shows in October, which is a lot. Trying to make stock for all of them, 2 of them being on the same weekend especially, but shows went well despite the weather. And plus, it was 3 different genres of show. It was like one fine art show, one TwitchCon, and then one fiber festival. So I was making different things for each one. Hey, Kira, good afternoon. Slow this one down a little bit. I'm going to make it a bit taller. So we have 20 pieces now. So this warm-up is done. Warm-up is done, and it's time to take a drink. I try to hydrate after every 10 pieces, or I should be doing that. I forget sometimes. Did anybody go out and celebrate my favorite holiday of the year yesterday? Cheap Candy Day? Or have you already swapped out your peanut butter pumpkins for peanut butter trees? You're still trying to finish off what you bought for Halloween, yeah. So on the other hand, are you ready to throw away all the candy? Oh yeah, you took the leftover Halloween candy to the groomers. Colleen, we finished The Wheel of Time Season 2, and it was so good. It was so good. I really, really like the way they did it. Oh, candy must be eaten by someone. You're gonna rewatch it again. Yeah, I almost feel like if you haven't read the books, like you would miss so much just on one go through. Like all the little things they say, like you just don't like wouldn't get all the references. And like they've kept one thing, they kept Bail Domon in, but he's just made a couple of appearances. I feel like at this point in the books, he's become a main character because he's met everybody. He's just been at all the important parts when everything happens. So that was kind of like a surprise character that I was surprised they kept him in while giving him such small parts. And I almost want to go back and read the book now because, like, I don't remember if all the stuff with the Domadrid family, if all of that, if any of that was in there. Like, I know a lot of it wasn't, but I couldn't remember if, like, some of the high nobles being a dark friend was part of it. I could not remember. I think I found another part of that sponge. And it might have just been a drier piece of clay. No, I see it. It's a sponge. It's a sponge. And now, like, a sponge, you know, may not, like, it's not gonna cause an explosion or anything. It's gonna burn out. But it might leave a big hole behind. And so I would rather patch that hole now and have to deal with it later. Though really, really tiny pieces of a sponge I've left in before, and they burn out and they don't leave much of a mark. Because things like anything that can absorb the water or the, you know, thin clay, you can soak in clay and sometimes put them in the kiln, let the, you know, organic material burn out, and you've got something that is that shape now in clay. I've seen people do it a lot with like doilies or knitted or crocheted things. Take a crocheted form, dip it in clay, and then fire it, and it holds that shape. It is just super, super fragile. Why, good morning, Kiba. Not quite, huh? Belzy, hello. Good afternoon. Oh, it's bath time. Belzy, you're at your 4th pottery class. You're not an expert, but you made some nice pots. Good. How many classes are there going to be? Are there going to be? That's 26. So I'm assuming it'll maybe be long enough that you can like completely finish the pieces that you make. Well, I'm glad I moved those. Minnie likes to go lick the pots. Okay, so trimming. So you have 2 more. One will be like trimming and then glazing. Okay. I've learned a new word today. Tournissage? Oh, tour is means wheel, and so you trim it on the wheel while it turns. Yeah. Hey. Am I in your way, buddy? There you go. That way you won't get your feet dirty. I thought you were wanting down. I thought I was in your way. He said, I fooled you. Now you give me pets. He's so needy. Yeah, you love him. Come on. We'll cuddle. We'll cuddle. Hear that purr? Look at that disgruntled face. There's a purr there too. You want a mug with his paw on it specifically? There might not be much mug left if you put his paw on it. Kiba's a big cat. Let's see, where's... Got a couple paw prints on my shirt here now. Hey, Carrie. Good afternoon. Yeah, and welcome to the studio, everybody. We are making some mugs today. That's what this is going to be. It'll hold 20 ounces of whatever beverage you choose to put in it, whether it be coffee, tea, chocolate, soup, ice cream, whatever. And then once that dries out a little bit so that it can hold its shape, I can pick it up and it'll hold its shape. I'll put a handle on it. And we now have 30 pieces. And after every 10 pieces, I need to hydrate, so here we go. And don't forget to hydrate if you're at home too. It's easy to forget, especially as it cools down. It got down to 26 degrees last night. 26! We skipped fall. We went straight to winter. So, Carrie, I am multi-streaming, yes. So, I started out streaming on Twitch, and I'm partnered on Twitch. And so, for forever now, they have, as a partnered streamer, I'm only allowed to stream on Twitch. Well, a couple weeks ago, they changed that. It said we could stream wherever we wanted to. No longer restricted, so now we're multi-streaming. Parts of Connecticut had over an inch of snow yesterday. Whoa. I saw some people posting snow while trick-or-treating. So if this is your first time here, then welcome. My name is Amanda. I am Play in the Mud on Twitch, or our business name is Pauly Studios. We're Pauly Studios everywhere else. My husband and I are full-time potters. You can place an order and watch it being made live. We do orders through our website. We travel to shows, which we've just gotten done with for the year. Weekend before last was our last show. Before January. And then we also have a brick and mortar retail store in downtown Nashville. Crochet, it was flurrying all day on Halloween there. Belzy, you got snow over there too on Monday, and then it didn't melt any. little bit wibbly wobbly here. There we go. I think that fixed it. So has anybody here renewed your driver's license online and had it mailed to you? Because it says it takes between 10 and 30 business days. I'm at about the 3-week mark and I still don't have anything. So I guess that's barely over 10 business days. I completely missed when my driver's license expired. And so I was checking something and just happened to look at my driver's license like the week before I was going to TwitchCon. I'm like, oh wait, it's expired. I'm driving illegally and I'm about to go cross country. Whoops. So I had to go get this like document printed out with proof that I had, you know, renewed my driver's license and that it was on its way. In case I got pulled over or had to show my ID for anything, like getting into TwitchCon. So that's another thing that caused me to like Muppet arm flail in October. Like, it's been a long month. Like I forget what we were talking about. We're like, was that this month? Yeah, that was just a few weeks ago. Man, that was a long time ago. Ooh, that one made good contact. First step of making anything on the wheel is to place the clay firmly on the wheel. Attach it to the wheel. That way it doesn't go flying away from you. Minotaur, hello! How are you? How am I? I am better than I should be. I am. I had a shelf, think something like a bookcase of pottery fall on me yesterday, so I am much, much better than I should be. I am black and blue from the waist down, but as long as I don't move too much, I'm good. Yeah, I have been because like today I really thought I wouldn't be able to move at all as bad as my bruising is, but I'm sure it's the ibuprofen talking too, but I'm like I'm not as bad as I thought I would be. I'm also not trying to run or do anything that is strenuous on my legs, but been trying to get my story straight, and I think I like the version where the shelf was actually a mimic, and it was trying to eat me. The mugs rebelled against me. Yeah, thank you, Minotaur. No, I Like I say, it could have been so much worse. No, nothing was broken on me. None of the pots were broken. I broke the fall of the pots. Retro Wolf, hey! Hey, there it is, our first ghost reference! Yes, you can't help but think about the movie Ghost. Belzy, yes, nothing broken was very, very good news. Yes, so, because remember, everybody, we've had a ghost reference. Take a drink. That's our drinking game. Every time somebody mentions ghost in a pottery channel, take a drink. Retro Wolf, you did, you got to do some in high school. Got to do pottery in high school. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Like my high school didn't have the equipment to do pottery. We didn't have much of an art program, so I didn't get to try it until I was in college, and that's where I fell in love with it. Oh, it wasn't like a high school class. It was just when you were in high school. Gotcha. Well, and just like that, we have 40 pieces. See those last 20? I don't even remember them. That's why I say the first 20 is a good warm-up, and then after that, they just fly by. Used to be like around that time in the 90s. Yeah, what Ghost came out in like, was it 90, 91, something like that? And it, I don't want to say like revolutionized anything, but it gave so many people an interest in pottery, or an interest in taking a pottery class. And so, as somebody who's been doing pottery for, 20 years now, like, it's easy to get annoyed and, like, roll your eyes when somebody mentions Ghost, because I've heard it so many times. But it really, like, made people more aware. It probably, funded quite a few pottery studios in the 90s. It gave people an interest in learning how to do it. The last crafting you did with your hands was some native beadwork for someone as a gift. Nice. Small beads, the loom, and some deer hide. Tell Minotaur, you still don't have space to do pottery, but you did some improvement on your wheel. Ooh, what did you do? And so, for those of you just joining us, I am multi-streaming. I am on Twitch. We are on Facebook and several other places. So if you, I've got all the chats up simultaneously. But if you wonder why I'm saying random things, that's probably because I'm responding to another comment. So Helminitar, like you've been working, or you made a functional pottery wheel from scratch. So what did you change on it? So Belzy, in your pottery class, like the bucket where you dump the clay that didn't make the cut or collapse, since it's the beginner's class, you call it the bucket of broken dreams, yes. That's way more dramatic than reclaim bucket. It's like instead of calling like the sale rack the seconds rack, I've seen people call it like the trials and tribulations. Because sometimes if pieces are like not perfect but not like but still functional, we'll have a seconds shelf at a show and have a discounted shelf. Trials and tribulations. You made a new splash pan with a larger tub and a collapsible silicone bowl. So now it's easier to disassemble. There you go. Yeah, I like this splash pan because it is one piece. You just kind of like shift it around and lift it up. The ones that are two piece, like they always leak. So they're easier to get off, but they always leak. So I don't know if which is more important to you. The first thing you made was like an ashtray. Of course, like everybody's first pot is a little squatty bowl, right? But sometimes your parents keep that stuff. Yeah. I know I have some of the very first pots I made in college from some of my very first assignments. I still have them because my grandmother kept them. When she passed away, my parents handed me this box of pottery and said, "Here, this is yours if you want it. Do whatever you want to with it." And it was, I did not remember making some of those pieces, but they had my name on them. And I was proud enough of them to give them to my grandmother. do I make pottery for fun or do I sell it? Well, while it is fun, it can be a bit expensive if I wasn't selling it. But so no, this is my full-time job. So we are polystudios.com. And you can order pieces online to be customized. We do a lot of wholesale of selling to other shops, restaurants or cafes. We do a lot of like custom logo work for different places like that. And then we just have some places that just carry some of the same pieces you would find on our website. And then we have, this year we opened up our brick and mortar store in downtown Nashville. So that was been a new venture for us, where we carry our pottery, but then also artwork from a lot of other Tennessee artists, but artists from across the country, trying to make it a handmade only gallery. Boutique gallery. Yeah, your beadworking stuff and Perler's beads started to cost a lot of money, and you weren't selling it, so it's hard to get into it when you're mostly spending money. Yeah, but on the other hand, it's like, and I've talked to people and seen lectures about it too, about people like, not everything you do as a hobby needs to be monetized into like selling it. Sometimes like just the joy of having a hobby, like the money that you're putting into it can be worth it, because when you compare it to like going out to the movies or spending money on a game or other, what other type of hobby you can have. We're going to spend money on something to entertain ourselves. And if my hobby, the way I entertain myself is by making things, then that's my entertainment budget. So sometimes the money spent on a craft is money spent on self-care or, stress relief. Because that's what so many of us use hobbies for, is stress relief. And I think that's why I enjoy doing this, why it's not gotten old for me, is because it is such a relaxing activity. Parts of it, not everything is. But this specific, the throwing part, is very relaxing. Horseback riding is not monetizable. Monetizable. Or rarely. Yeah, it's probably a lot harder. Oh, Wolfie Bread. Hey, that's sweet. So you are forever grateful that that I deem you worthy in sharing that entertainment with us. Well, y'all really do. You make me feel a little bit less crazy sitting here, talking to myself or talking to the cats. Because I'm usually here just by myself in the studio, so I appreciate so many people coming just to hang out with me. When I first started streaming, I was in our front window. So we're on a downtown square, and I was sitting in our front window so people could see what I was doing as they walked by. I had the stream of being the artisan in the window, and people would come in and watch me work and buy things. And a few people walked by and watched me, but people never came in. So because we're in a really small town, and so that didn't work. But But people would walk by. People knew who I was. I was the crazy lady sitting in the window. But I would have groups come in on occasion, like from mostly from the schools. Like the high school did a program of where they took students around to visit different types of local businesses, and I was always the art representative. And so they'd bring them in. We show them what we do, how we make a art business run in a small town. And it was so funny because, like, I was showing them what the streaming setup was and why we had the cameras and everything. And a lot of the kids knew what Twitch was. But the lady that brought all these people in was like, "I'm so glad you told me what that was. I thought you just like to sit here and talk to yourself. Like, how crazy do you think I am? Yet you still brought all these high schoolers in here to see me." But she said that to me. She thought I just like to sit here and talk to myself. Retro Wolf, you remember months of streaming and talking to yourself a lot, yeah. You started doing it when you went to conventions and played games yourself, yeah. Now, honestly, I think that's probably a lot harder. Like, for me, that's a lot harder, like, just walking around and talking, because I don't do that, do I? I sit here and make things, and I comment or explain what I'm doing, but, because I do not necessarily have the gift of gab. Belzy, like horseback riding, it rarely covers all the expenses, but it's less expensive than psychotherapy. Yep. It's like one of the mugs I make because we still do some of the fiber festivals, but that's kind of what we were doing when we first went full time. Was we were going to a lot of we were selling wholesale to different yarn and hobby shops, and then going to knitting and fiber festivals. So I have a whole lot of like yarn related puns and sayings that we put on mugs, and one of those is yarn is cheaper than therapy. Just like horse riding. And that's the one that's the mug that people like comment and like argue with us the most about. Mostly because, yarn can get really, really expensive. You find, when you were doing creative streaming, you would get focused on what you were doing and you would stop talking. Yes. And I do that on things where, like, if I have to look and focus on what I'm doing, I do that too. Throwing for me is the easiest thing to stream because, especially when I'm doing things like this, these mugs that I've made a million of, like, I don't have to think about this. I can almost do this in my sleep, so I can look at chat and just, like, glance at what I'm doing and not have to pay that much attention. But what if you need gain? Oh. You like to joke that your hobbies are cheaper than other things, but yeah. And the mugs are amazing, thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm making more of right now. These are the 20-ounce mugs, and I may switch to something else. Once I get past 60, I'll see what other things I need to make. Whoop. I don't know if I can save that one. It might be too stretched out to do anything with, but I'll play with it for a little bit. You never know if you don't try. Yeah, your first stream was in 17, and you didn't think anybody would watch it, and you were wrong. Well, that's my famous last words. Like, I was like, I had no interest in streaming, but my husband Daniel wanted me to because he had been streaming video games, and he saw the potential of creative, and I did not. My famous last words: why would anybody want to watch me? Going to cut all that off, and now this is going to be a 10-ounce mug. We're just going to change it up a little bit. Oh, thank you, Tiny Stitcher. Belzy, so you're excited because next week you're going to go to a big pottery supply shop? You already have a wheel and the basic toolkit. Any must-haves? Let me think. So I really like these sponges to throw with. They're blue when they start out, and they're mud tools, which you can still kind of see mud tools on there. They're really good for throwing. The yellow one that you got with your basic toolkit is fine, but they deteriorate really fast. So, and these don't break down as much. So I really like those. Those are the things that I go through and buy most often. Like I said, this is nothing. I mean, you could probably find it there, but you don't need it to get it there. You know, a scraper. The brushes, the horsehair brushes, if you find them there or find them anywhere, they're my favorite to glaze with. Horsehair brushes. Aprons. Like, going into a pottery supply place like that is like, you know, a kid in a candy shop. There's so many things. So many things you could find. It's like the bat system I have, I made myself. And so if you bought one of the plastic bats that they would have, and cut a hole in it, you know, these are just floor tiles that I put in here. Because I really would not recommend spending the money on the commercially available versions, because they tend to all be like either like made out of wood, so that they warp really bad or deteriorate quickly. Are you so for your class, are you allowed to bring in your own glazes, or do they want you to? I would understand if they wanted you to use their glazes just to make sure everything is firing to the right temperature. I was thinking of all the things you can get at the supply place. All the little bottles of glazes and under glazes. And we have 50. Yeah, the sponge is a good tip you like to throw with a sponge, yes. And some of the these are also mud tools. They're the different colored rubber ribs. You'll see them in like every color represents a different like a rigidity. Like so this one doesn't bend that much, but there's others that are, you know, just as flexible if not more than the metal rib. You'll see a lot of those in different shapes for different, you know, that have different uses because because I like the wooden ones too that you have that come with your like toolkit, but sometimes the wooden ones will deteriorate faster because they have like if you're like constantly scraping them on the wheel or whatever, or if you're using really rough clay, they will wear down. But there's a whole lot of like different shapes and options with those. Oh, you're not a fan of the wooden ribs. The just the ribs in general, like I use to shape things, just like the metal rib shapes the mugs because they're more curvy. For bigger items, I use a more rigid rib just to help shape the outside and give it support while I'm throwing it. And something that everybody else swears by, but I have never like found it all that useful because I have really skinny hands. Like, see, I can get down into the bottom of something like that, you know, and get the water out with a sponge, but a lot of people swear by a sponge on a stick for doing that very thing, for getting the water out of the bottom of a pot where you maybe can't stick your hand in it. It's the wood on the metal that triggers you. Okay. Have I ever found cat hair in my pieces? Oh yes, there's cat hair is guaranteed to be in every single piece. Sometimes even some of my hair. Though my hair is a little bit more dangerous because my hair is long, and the like if I had a hair that got wrapped around the entire piece now and I tried to pull it out, I would cut the piece in half. You know, it works like a piece of wire and can destroy it. So, Wolfie bread, I mean, anything that's in the pots is going to burn off, right? So, nothing organic is going to be left in a kiln once it's been fired to, 2200 degrees. But if you're worried about allergies and stuff, like, wash everything really good and throw away the packaging, because the cats are in the studio. They walk on the boxes, they sniff them, they sit on them. There's going to be cat hair everywhere. You made yourself a wire with fishing line and you like it? Yes, I like fishing line much better than the wire. I mean, the wire probably is stronger, but if it frays, like a lot of the ones that you might get in your toolkit, the wire tools are made of a really fine braided wire, and as it frays, like, it gets really sharp. A frayed wire is really sharp, so I like the fishing line. Even though, like, it might break more, I just like it better. Okay, Colleen, thank you. Yeah, you're allergic to cats, but you've not had any reaction to the packing material, and all the pottery is just fine. Oops. Whoop, nope. This one is like, I think this one was at the very top of the bag and it was dried out a bit. I'm not going to try to mess with it anymore. So we have our first claytality. We've had a near miss, but this one was a full claytality. Okay, that one's softer. Twincraft, you can ask me now, because I've got so many things going out because we've been gone most of this month, and I've tried to get orders out as in the breaks we've had between shows. But within the next week, I'm thinking yours might be one of two that I'm thinking of. Everything will be out. We've just gotten behind. There we go. Yeah, it's been nuts since Dragon Con for you too. Yes, okay, it was the 4 mugs, the D&D classes. Too wibbly wobbly. All right, that's 55. Yeah, Belsey, thanks for stopping by. Yes, take care of yourselves. Stay away from falling bookshelves. But Belsey, we'll see you later. Yep, I couldn't remember if I cut that one off, but I did. Atreides Minis, welcome. Thank you for the follow. We've been playing the Dune board game a lot recently. So that name was fresh in my mind. So Carrie, you were the first follower, but nothing fancy came up. Oh, you don't even get like a little badge or anything? You should. I guess you just get bragging rights. You know, we probably don't. I think we just included Kick when we were, or when Daniel was setting this up. I can't claim that I had anything to do with it. I make the pots. Daniel sets up the stream. I just press the button. You'll just keep it in your heart, yeah. Woo. This one's not dead yet. Sometimes you just gotta slow it down a little bit. There we go. Celeryman, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. How much time do I have to fix something before it becomes unusable? That is a thing. So you can like add too much water to the clay, and then it just won't hold its form anymore. I'd say like if it's something that's like halfway, you know, formed like this, I'd say you've really only got one shot to really fix it. Because if any of that wall had like folded over really badly, it probably would be really hard to get it back. It depends on how thin something gets. This ended up being just a little bit twisted, not really like structurally compromised. I just had to get it back on center. And it's got a tiny bit of a wobble, but it's not bad. Hey, Celeryman. Good afternoon, and thank you again for the raid. How was your stream? What were you working on? Yeah, and like the question of how much time do I have to fix it before it becomes unusable kind of applies to throwing as well. Like there's only so many times you can really try to pull the wall up before it's going to collapse. So the goal is always to be, as efficient as possible, because the water will start to break down the clay, which is what it does, right? That's one property of the clay that lets me be able to reuse it, is that if a piece does like break, or I have all the scraps that I've trimmed off of the previous pieces, I can just mix that back in with the fresh clay and use it again. And sometimes something else will fall in the reclaim bucket and get chewed up in the pug mill, so I have a piece of sponge there. Let's open that up a bit. You're working on a Lord of the Rings copy work project, getting towards the end of the fellowship now. Ooh. JD Lady, hey, thank you for the resub. Good afternoon. Thank you for the 66 months. So what is a copy work project? So what is that? JD Lady, oh, you don't apologize for lurking. Lurkers make the Twitch go round. Wonder Hamster, that is a wonderful question. Do we even have a 7-year sub badge? I think we do. Whoa, really? You're writing out the book by hand using fountain pens and inks and watercolors? So you're making an illuminated manuscript of Lord of the Rings? I was actually trying to think of what an 8-year sub badge could be, because the others are in different, like cats with different pots, like a cat in a mug or a teapot or a bowl, and like, what else could we use? A potion bottle? Damien's Gaming, hey! Good afternoon! It's like, it's nowhere near as fancy as that, but basically, no, that sounds awesome. Damien, I'm doing all right. TwitchCon was good. TwitchCon was good. We I drove out there and drove back, and so I don't want to do that again anytime soon. It was nice to be able to see a lot of people in person that you only see online. JD Lady, really? We were your first Twitch sub. Oh, I'm honored. So, Damien's Gaming, I'm going to be making more of your mugs. I've gotten some orders for them. What is the smallest pot I can make? I did this once. Hold on. And I broke it. I made a, like, thimble-sized mug like itty bitty, and I made a little handle for it and everything, but then I broke it. But yeah, itty bitty tiny. I don't even know how much clay it was. It was probably like an ounce of clay. But it was a challenge on the Great Pottery Throwdown. Well, it was to make like miniature pots. And so I tried to see how small I could make something. I mean, I thought about doing something like that as Christmas ornaments, but then never got around to it. Because I've got 15 million other things I need to do. Been loving the mugs. They're wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I think by far the most popular color is that tree beard color with the orange on the inside, like the brown one. Though I will say, Damien, your people are hurting me. Someone has ordered a purple mug with orange on the inside. That's painful for me. I've got to make that now. And I'm going to complain about it the entire time. Oh yeah, the tree beard one is the one you drink out of. Colleen, which one do you drink water out of every day? Oh, the polka dot mug. Okay. Someone bought a unicorn farts, yes. Oh, yeah, because it's the only one you have in that shape, because it's a different shape, yeah, so that's why you, how you can not confuse your coffee and water, yeah. I haven't made those in a while. Because I haven't done many polka dotted things in a while. Yeah, unicorn fart is what happens when you let Facebook decide the name of a glaze. What's wrong with unicorn farts? It's perfect, because I wanted to name it Misty Mountains, and I vetoed unicorn farts. But by then, some of my customers had gotten wind of it. They're like, I want the unicorn farts glaze. I'm like, okay, fine. What happened the other evening, Damien? Oh, the emotes gotcha. Colorful. What has years of pottery done to my hands? I don't know that I can say it's been damaging. Um, the clay will dry your skin out. That's what clay does, right? It absorbs water, so it like especially like when it's cold, right? Like right now and drier, I have to use a lot of lotion. But I can't say that I've got like calluses or anything because it's clay. You know, it's not really. It's not really high intensity like motions. You know. Well, we now have 62. I was like, wait, I was going to stop at 60. Oh, wait, too late. So I can open this with wet hands now. Where's my phone? I need to see how many of the 10-ounce mugs I needed. Or if I need them right now. Okay. I'll do about another 10 of these. think I got another piece of sponge in there. Yep, I can see it from the inside. Not that bad. You can see it on the inside. Okay. Hey, Kira, welcome back. Ash Rubber, hello. Yeah, good afternoon. Kira, your mug is already put together. Yours is a 10-ounce mug, right? These are 20-ounce mugs. Colleen, is there one you're thinking of in particular? Maybe a prancing pony. And put their name on the other side, yeah. Ash, you're excited to see the ones you ordered, but they're gifts, so they won't be used till Christmas. Yeah. So how old is Emma? They don't do any holidays, but they do birthday parties. That's the only day she knows she's guaranteed to get gifts. Four. She had a birthday party on stream. Aww. Oh, of course. Chris said she still watches the VOD at least once a week. This was, it looks so big. Is that so you can feel like a hobbit? Well, it does hold 20 ounces, so they do come in pints. That's why I make the prancing pony this size, and then I use the smaller 10-ounce mug for the green dragon, because it is hobbit-sized. But no, so the pieces that you're seeing right now, they are larger than they're going to be once they're fired. The clay will shrink as it goes through the firing process. So I have to make everything just a little bit bigger than what I want it to be. Yeah, so this one will end up being like about like that, closer to that one. So it shrinks a bit. If you can see the difference in it. Shrinks about a 1/2 inch. Are the hobbits at the Prancing Pony when they discover pints? At least in the movie. I mean, that's a quote is from the movie, but yeah. So that's the tavern where they're at. I don't think you ever see the green dragon. I think it's only mentioned. Add that to your wish list. Yeah, it's like I make them. Ooh, that's not very good at all. Needs to be a lot taller than that. There we go. Well, hello, Kiba. There we go. All right, now we have 70 pieces. So hydrate. Been trying to hydrate after every 10 pieces, and I've actually been doing it this time instead of forgetting. So have I thought about rebranding on Twitch to the company name? We think about it every once in a while, but I don't know. I don't know if it's something that like would really help or hurt anything, you know? Yeah, we're Poly Studios everywhere else. Hey, buddy. You're really helping out with the pottery stream there. Supervising even. I can hear you purring. I can still measure my pot, just barely. Just barely. There. It's the third time you come up here to get pets, Cat. It's not even treat time yet. You ready to go for a spin again? He's my buddy. He's our official door greeter. There we go. Kiba's on his pottery wheel. Here we go. Come on, let's go over here. It's like I wasn't done with you yet. I didn't say you could stop. Now you're getting your tail in the bucket. Thank you. It's either on the cat bed or on the floor, Cat. He's so sweet. He is. He's a needy little turd. with a white tail now. I saw that foot. Kiba's 15. He's an old man. Oh, buddy. See, he doesn't like to get his feet wet, his dainty little feet. Shall not touch the clay. It's like, wait, that's not what was supposed to happen. It's not how I planned it in my head. There he is. He's just, oh, he was just sitting here, like, I could hear him, like, wagging his tail in disgust. Well, hello, Minnie. And here is our other supervisor. Oh, we even get some biscuits. I think that was 72. I don't know if I'll have enough to do 100 of just the 20-ounce mugs, but we'll see. We don't have a cat anymore. We have a lump. We have a gray furry lump. Yeah, you can tell the difference between like summer and winter weather. Like some of the first pieces I threw today at I got started around 1 o'clock, so they are ready to be assembled. I'll probably leave them out for another hour, but they could be right now. They've dried out enough. Whereas like last Saturday, when was like one of the last, well, it was the cold front that came through, and but it rained all day long, and it was warm and humid. Like I threw in the morning, and then I left everything out and didn't assemble anything until that evening, and they were perfectly fine. 76. I need some more tiles. Action Act, you've got to go and sleep now. Well, have a good night. And thanks for stopping by. Sisters of the Hook, hello. Good afternoon. Are we talking about the crochet hook? It is mesmerizing, yes. And it's very relaxing. Which, you know, could be the same thing. It's relaxing to watch, but it's also very relaxing for me to do the process. I make a mug that says Naughty Hooker, Knotty Hooker. Minnie is supervising as hard as she can right now. She's channeling all of her energy into me so I can make pots. Do I make for the dopamine? You know, the dopamine kind of I think is probably what keeps it going. But no, this is my full-time job. I am making these for orders. We take orders on our website. We do wholesale orders for different like restaurants and shops. And then we have a shop in downtown Nashville, which we are in southern Kentucky right now. We're just north of Nashville, Tennessee. But that's where our brick and mortar retail shop is. We also travel to shows. We just week before last, we got done with one of our bigger shows of the year. October's always a busy traveling month. So we do a little bit of everything. But no, I say all the time, you know, this is my favorite part of the process, the actual like making on the wheel. And I think it's because it is so satisfying and relaxing. Like I can just like zone out while doing the repetitive motions of the process. And to me, that's relaxing. To some people, that is doing the same thing over and over again is torturous, but not for me. You know, having your own business is, it has its perks, but it is a great deal of work. It's not as easy as everybody thinks it is. But all jobs are hard. One of the mindsets I've always had about it is that, you know, if I'm going to be working hard, you know, anyway at any job, I might as well work hard for myself. And whoa, what is all this? Megan, hey, thank you for the raid. Good afternoon. Well, lost a few things there. Hey, Megan, good afternoon. Thank you again for the raid. So what were you doing this afternoon? How was your stream? And for those of you watching anywhere besides Twitch, we are multi-streaming now because we're allowed to. Twitch has just changed the rules so that we can multi-stream. We're not limited to just streaming on Twitch. So welcome, but we've just had an influx of viewers from Megan of all trades. You ended up diamond dotting. Your wrist was a bit sore, so you swapped. Gotcha. You gotta take care of your joints. Bug, am I making anything special today? We're just trying to make it muggy in here. More mugs. Hey, mugs pay the bills. So I gotta make mugs. We are on number 81, though. This will be 82, should it decide to be a mug. I did not hydrate. There we go. After every 10 pieces, I'm trying to hydrate. Because it is very easy to forget when I get into the groove of making things, and also it's cold outside. It's not that bad in here. I ran a kiln last night, and I've got the heat on. But still, you don't think about, you don't get as thirsty when you're not sweating a lot. $82. So I think I can get to 90 with this size of mug. Then I'll either do travel mugs or 10-ounce mugs. Which would you rather see? Small mugs or tall, skinny mugs? KB Fibers, hey! Thank you for the raid! Welcome! Yeah, Hook, you're just sitting here knowing nothing about pottery, being amazed that I can get through so many, yeah. So KB Fibers, yeah. So so sorry to have to raid and run the other day. I raided you, and then I had somebody come in the studio here, so I had to run out real quick. So what were you working on today? How was your stream? Oh, you're doing like a Sally from A Nightmare Before Christmas. Nice. She's no longer a floating head, she's got a body. That reminds me of when I'm making my animal bowls. I'll make up a bunch of the little faces, and so I'll have like, you know, a dozen like sheep or cat heads just sitting and staring at me. It gets kind of creepy after a while. Could be a cute floating head for a Christmas ornament, yeah. She doesn't need her dress and everything to be recognizable. Crystal Wolf, hello. So what am I making today? I have been working on mugs. Been trying to make it more muggy in here because it's getting kind of chilly. It was like 26 degrees last night. So that was 87. Whoops. Almost dropped it. Hey, Knitter Girl, good afternoon. Well, hello again, Kiba. You're so helpful. Fixing dinner and tending chickens? Sounds like a plan. Have a good supper. And thank you so much for stopping by. Supper. What sounds better to you? Tomato soup or potato soup? I see what you're doing, and it's not going to get you what you want. That is not water. He's over here, like, acting like he's going to knock over one of my propels. Here. So he won't get his dainty little feet wet. Potato, but it must have bacon. I don't usually like do bacon, but I do. I make it cheesy. Oh, potato is evil. No, no. Potato is good. Kiba, I'm almost done. I know you're ready for me to be done. We have 88 pieces. If you don't like potatoes, then you don't like potatoes. Why don't you go over here and say hi to Minnie? Tomato soup and grilled cheese, yes. There you go, there's your water. I know the clay bucket's a bit low. You have broccoli cheddar soup in the house and butternut squash soup. I haven't done squash soup in a long time. 2 nights ago you made grown-up grilled cheese. You did smoked Gouda, turkey, ham, and Granny Smith apples. That sounds really, really good. Yeah, I like doing those gourmet grilled cheeses. I like doing ricotta and mozzarella cheese with some like Italian seasonings and maybe a little bit of like pizza sauce or marinara sauce or just tomatoes. I don't know if that one's gonna make it. It's a bit wobbly. Kiba's hanging in there. He's 15 years old, and knock on wood, he's doing all right. He moves a little bit slower than he used to, but I don't know if I like that one or not. I think that's a bit too wobbly. I don't like it. So, might do some 10-ounce mugs. Now you're hungry because we're talking about food and you still have 2 more hours of work, yeah. At least Kiba's adorable. Oh, he's going in the cat box. Maybe not. He was just inspecting the cat box. Hey. All right, that's a good height there. Let's change my guide for the 10-ounce mugs. You want down? Come on. There you go. Hey, Loki. Yeah, so we are now multi-streaming. We are streaming on Twitch, of course, and Kick, and Facebook, and YouTube. And I'll have to see if there's a place where everybody can see all the chats together. I can see all the chats together, so if I ever start making a random comment and you don't see where it's coming from, it's probably because it's from another from a viewer from another platform. There we go. See, the 10-ounce mugs are even easier because they're smaller. They're a bit more forgiving. We have 90. And so we've gotten this far. Why not make 10 more? Knitter Girl, was that the horrible disaster one? I'm gonna make sure I'm getting the right one. Sisters of the Hook, thank you so much for stopping by. And have a good rest of your afternoon or evening. Oh, really, Colleen? See, I didn't know that was one that I thought it was a first time thing. I didn't realize that one had been there before. I knew there was like multiple like satellite shows, which is what I call them, around Rhinebeck, but that's not one I was aware of. Oh, okay, so it's new. Okay, it's fairly new then. Nidderl, you're supposed to get snow this evening. I know it's cold here. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, now Indian Tangled was still good, and that was a different show. Kiba, honey. He's not usually this needy. Come on. Come on. There you go. No, the cats are super needy, probably because it's cold, probably because we were gone for a while, and I'm by myself today. Like, I have a helper in here who's off today, so they're not able to go back and forth between the two of us and get pets. I'm their only source of attention right now. Because they're both spoiled rotten. Oh, that look on Minnie's face. Look at Minnie. He's like, this is my spot. Oh, he just sits on her. Those ears. You are being cute, Kiba, but you are bigger than her. Using her as a pillow was not very nice. Hey, Tech. Good afternoon. Just waiting for Minnie to get pissed off over here. Or waiting for Kiba to roll over onto her. Yeah, it's the aggressive cuddle. Yeah, they get along most of the time. Like when I come in the morning, they're usually cuddled up there together, sleeping. Got to clean the clay off of Kiba's tail. Okay, so Knitter Girl, thank you for answering, Colleen. No, I was at TwitchCon. Daniel was up at Rhinebeck. They were the same weekend, so we had to split up. Oh, really? Is somebody you thought would be at Rhinebeck went to SAF? That is unexpected. Unless maybe they're like local to SAF. I can see that if you're local and you don't have to travel. All right, we're going to do 4 more here because we are at 96. You know, I forget what it is just to what the cost is just to get in the door at Rhinebeck. Yeah, the price of Wool and Folk was like that was part of the drama of it all because they were charging $50 a person to enter the show, which was a small outdoor show in the rain, but it was like with music. And then if you wanted the big dinner event they were hosting, you had to pay extra. Yeah, $15 seems about average and very fair to get into Rhinebeck, so. Yeah, Crystal Wolf. It is, and it's very reasonable. That's because it's at the fairgrounds. You know, it's outside for the most part, but it does cost something for them to rent the fairgrounds. Yeah, like I think at Rhinebeck, because we were at TwitchCon and Rhinebeck at the same time, I took all the gaming stuff, and so I didn't leave Daniel with anything but maybe a couple of D20 mugs because I had all the D&D stuff with me and stuff like that. And I think one of the first people that came to the booth was like, I missed the class mugs at Gen Con. Like, I'm here to get my Druid mug, and he's like, sorry, they're all in Las Vegas. And then when we go to the Gen Con or Dragon Con, we have people asking for Yarny things. Like one year, the very first person that came up to us at one of those shows, like, asked, "Do you have any of your F off I'm knitting mugs?" I'm like, "No, I didn't bring them here." But yeah, $15 is very reasonable. And I think too, and like, cause yeah, you don't have to buy anything there. You're probably gonna buy some food and stuff, but even if you don't buy anything, there's so much to see. Uh-oh. Network error. Is it everywhere? Well, I've got one more mug to make. I'm going to make my one more mug. If it comes back, it'll come back. If not, then that'll be it. Refresh that. Refresh that. I think we might be back. Just in time for the final mug. Just in time for number 100. Alright, it didn't hit me or a cat, so we're good. Oh, that's not good. Oof. Squatting is not fun. Yeah, Colleen, like TwitchCon was the price for just an admission ticket to TwitchCon I thought was a bit ridiculous. I don't know if it's been that high every year or if it was just this year for whatever reason, but oh, now, I didn't have to pay for it. Because I was an artist alley. I was brought in by Twitch. I'm just covering up my reclaim. We have 100 mugs. We are 100% more muggy than we were. Let's see who else is on here. Ooh, there's lots of people on today. So, Yarnia for some crocheting. We have the Traveling Tatter for lace. We have Woodcraft by Owen. Wood turning. Yeah, this year TwitchCon was in Las Vegas, which might have made it more expensive. So, let's see. I've got to do this over here. So we are going to go see the Traveling Tatter. Whoop, Minnie knows what time it is. The keyboard came out. Minnie's like, it's treat time. But, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me for a while. Helping me get 100 pieces made. I am going to cover some things up. Go figure out what's for supper. And then probably come back and put some handles on. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will see y'all later. Let's go say hello to the traveling tatter. Have a good night, everybody.